Hey folks, sorry it's been a long time since I've done any streaming. Life has been very busy. Uh, and unfortunately it's been that same way for Craig, so Craig has been busy the last few days, weeks. It's been a while. Working at the Stampede in Calgary, getting the arcade set up. So if you are in Calgary right now, be sure to swing by and say hello to him. Um, I thought for today we would do something a little bit different. So if I switch views here, what I have here is a Macintosh Classic board that has been sitting in my parts bin now for probably 2 years. I have no idea if this works at all. It was battery damaged pretty badly, so I've not been able to power it on before. And I thought what we would do is move it over to, if I can get it in view here. Move the components over to a new reloaded board and see if we get anything out of it. If nothing else, I thought this would be a great opportunity to do some work diagnosing if it doesn't work, because I have my oscilloscope here. I don't hardly ever use it. So if this does not boot up, then that would be a great use for the oscilloscope and some diagnostics, which I do need more practice with. But for now, I thought, let's get some components off and start moving them over. So, with that said, let's switch back to the microscope. And we'll start taking off some bits and bobs. I've already got a lot of the through-hole components taken off, so those are ready to be transplanted. It's just a matter now of taking the chips and getting them going. Where do we want to start here? Let's see. You know what? Let's start with this guy way down here. Why not? Actually, yeah, let's start with the 68,000 itself. Why not? Oh, better get my air going. Grab some flux. Might help get this off a little bit quicker. It has been so long, I am undoubtedly horribly rusty, so you have to excuse me. But it is nice to actually get back to doing this. I have not been able to do this in quite a long time now. I do miss it. I have at least been able to get a few things done. I've been working on 4 Macintosh SE30 cases, doing retrobrighting on them, and they have turned out pretty well. So we will be selling those. Those are actually, most of those are the boards I reloaded, as well as one we got from Japan that just needed some minor repair. I think it just had, if I recall correctly, that one had a bad oscillator. Well, an intermittent oscillator, I will say. It was partially working, so sometimes it would boot, sometimes it wouldn't. And I think it might have had a little bit of corrosion damage, but I got that cleared up as well. So yeah, those will be going on sale. We still have a number of systems we're trying to get rid of. So I am working my way through them to make sure they are fully operational before we sell them off. Wait. There we go. And there's our CPU. Let's take a look at this guy. A little grungy, not too bad. Most of the grunge seems to be down here in this corner. So what I'll do is give this a quick clean and then we'll get it onto the new board. And yeah, I'll probably end up doing these one chip at a time. Because I haven't done this in a while. It gives me a chance to take things slow. Get used to doing it again. I think after this, I will be finding some time to do a floppy drive repair marathon because we have a butt ton of 1.44 meg drives that are not working. And I need them to be working so that we can get more systems complete. So look forward to that in the near future if floppy drive repair is something that interests you. Okay. That's better. Take this with some flux and get some cleaning on these so they stick a little easier. Don't remember where this board came from exactly. I remember I bought a couple of parts machines. And this was definitely one of those. I forget who exactly it was that sold them to me. I think I just mostly wanted this one because the color, or the Mac Classic case it came with was actually in better shape than the one I had. And the tube wasn't bad. So I figured, what the hell? I know the board's dead, but I can do something. With the rest of the parts. I don't think that one had a floppy. I think this is one that came without a floppy drive. Someone already pilfered it for their own project. But, you know, it'll be interesting to see if we can get this back to life. I am curious to see, after 2 years in my parts bin, if we can get something out of it. I have some more boards in my parts bin I will need to get to at some point, but all comes down to time. End of the day, just never seems to be enough of it. Should be clean enough. Get that guy on. So we've got our 68,000 CPU right here. It's ugly on top. Let's get that clean. Get some of that gunk off there. Now that goes like this. And we will try to get this to line up as well as we can. So just do the first corner here and go from there. Let it clean. That seems lined up. That's a little off. Review. Okay. That seems pretty decent. That seems pretty decent. Okay. Let's secure the other side. Yep. Okay, and then yeah, that still looks pretty good. Do drag solder on this. Temperature. Increase that a little. Nope. Okay. Right there. Fix that. Hate when there's a tail. There we go. That should be better. Alright. Can you guys see that? Not really. Let's see if we can fix that for you. Also, if I keep it in view. There we go. So that side's not too bad. This one down. Come on. Guess I should have cleaned the sides a little bit more. There's definitely some filth on here. Oh well. It is coming. It's just taking a little bit. That's gonna flux. You're gonna be stubborn, are you? There we go. Okay. See if we can get that in focus. It's not too bad. No bridging at least. Okay, next side. I do have an SE30 reloaded board that I just finished that I need to run the tech step on, so if we got some time after this, I might try and do that as well. That board's for Craig. He had one that, I don't know where he got it, but he said it came with about a dozen different bodge wires, and it did not always work the way he wanted it to. So Will from Cayman Islands there, KMAC Vintage, sent us some more reloaded boards, and I just moved it over for him. Now I gotta test it. It boots up. It, gets to the Mac OS desktop and everything, but I like having that tech step is to do all the extra testing. Let's see. It's pretty decent. All right, last side. I do apologize. I do have an overhead camera, but unfortunately, that one no longer registers in Streamlabs, and when it does, it's decided it only has a resolution of 420p instead of 4K. Otherwise, I would have that on at the same time here. I've had to replace it temporarily with another one, but the other camera has the most pathetic zoom I've ever seen, where you don't to see. Let's get a big old bridge. Let's fix that. You can't really see anything because it all becomes pixelated. It's a digital zoom instead of an analog zoom, and it just kind of sucks. So it wasn't the most expensive overhead camera. I'm still kind of annoyed that it died while I wasn't streaming. It just one day decided that, hey, I don't work anymore. And it's not like it's been running this whole time. It was turned off. So I don't know what happened. But I'll look into that at some point. There we go. Okay. Now, let's take a look at this off the bench. As Will says, you get a better view. So, let's see if we can get you guys to see what I see. There we go. Not too bad that side. Other side. Boy, it's harder to get you guys to see it than it is for me. There we go. That side's good. That side's good. That side's good. This is a little bit off on that side, but not too bad. One thing I've definitely learned is you're not going to get perfect alignment all the time, so if it's close enough to join, leave it alone, because chances are if you try and fiddle it that you're just going to make it worse. Okay. Who next? Let's do the big glue chip here. That guy. Do the ones with the most legs first. Okay. I'm sure I had tweezers. There they are. Move this board out of the way so I don't knock it flying. Did manage to catch Brankus Creations Bruce's stream last night. Working on LC2 with no sound. And then he started working on floppy drives, which reminded me I have a whole crap ton of them to try and get working. Basically a combination of whatever was in my bins, plus whatever was in Craig's bins, plus whatever we got from our big lot purchase. So there are quite a few of those to get through. Also need to work on a bunch of power supplies. So there may be some marathon activity of repairs here in the next little bit. So we gotta get these done to get machines sold off. Got 2CI that works fine as long as I use the adapter that Will gave me to go from ATX power to 2CI. But the internal power supply it came with self-protects anytime you turn it on. So there's definitely something wrong with it. I do not know a lot about power supply, so that will be a learning experience for sure to get that going again. I did see one bulging capacitor on it, so probably the first thing I check is what happens when I change that capacitor out. I'm getting stubborn. Really stubborn. Holy moly. Look at that, then some movement. There we go. Okay. Move that out of the way. Take a look at our glue chip. Without burning myself, preferably. Happens more often than I care to admit. That's not bad at all. That side's a little grungy. Up a bit with the fiberglass pen, trying to get a view if I can. Bottom's not bad, it's the sides that are terrible. Let's give that a quick clean. Some point today I'm supposed to receive a cable that will let me hook up a ATI card to my G5 Mac Pro system here. I wanted to try out MorphOS after watching Action Retro play with it. I thought, well, if I'm going to try it out, I want to try it out on a G5. See what it can really do. And of course, the video card that I had in there, it's not compatible with MorphOS, so I had to find another one. And because I live in third world Canada, our postal system and DHL were going on strike at the same time, and the card got delayed for a few weeks. It did finally arrive the other day, but of course then I realized, oh, I don't have that cable that I thought I had for the additional power that that card requires. So then I had to go and order the cable. That looks decent. How does this one look? Ah, that one's not good. Okay. Let's move that. Yeah, you can see this one's way off. I know I'm talking to myself. There's no one here today, but that's okay. I talk to myself all the time. So I'm used to it. Okay, that looks better. That looks okay. That looks okay. That looks okay. Alright, let's add an anchor here. And then we'll drag solder to the other side. Hang on, let's get nice clean tip to start with. I see that bridge. I see that bridge. Don't even try, buddy. Don't even try. Another bridge. Another bridge. Come on. Break that up. Thank you. Another bridge. And there we go. That looks decent. Okay. That. Which way for you guys there? There we go. That doesn't look too bad. I'll recheck it after we're done. Off the table, so it's a little bit easier to see. Let's do this side next. Yeah. Do this side next. Do the ones I haven't anchored yet. Yep. Yeah, I did move over a few of the smaller components already. Mostly so I wouldn't blow them off while I was trying to get other components off. Happened to me before, and it's not fun to find them when they've gone flinging out to God knows where. No, don't like you. Let's fix that. There we go. that one. A lot of flux reflection, but no bridging that I can see. Okay, next side. That one has bridging for sure. Let's fix that. Come on. There you go. Sometimes you have to let that flux come off before you can see the bridge. Otherwise it's just too shiny, I find. Of course, it will also help when I get my new glasses here. Telling me it's time for bifocals. I said I'll just take the reader glasses for now, thanks. So I really need them when I'm doing this work. Terrible thing to realize is you're getting to that point where, yeah, bifocals wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, I see you. I see you again. Trying to bridge on me. I don't like that. You can stop it. There we go. Okay. Look. I don't love how some of these look, but let's see if I can fix up a couple. That's better. Okay. This one going. I'll have to grab one of my Mac Classic chassis to give this a test. I don't, unfortunately, have a board like the one Will sent me to provide the Classic with external power and HDMI out. I wish I did. That'd be nice for the Classic and Classic 2. Maybe eventually I'll get one. I think Will said he was working on one. I just like to have one power adapter for each machine that I'm repairing, because man, they are handy to have. It helps you identify if the problem is with the power or with the board. When you know you have a nice stable power supply, it just makes it that much easier. Alright, let's bring this guy off and take a look. Where are we at? So, there we go. That one looks fine. No bridging that I see. Rotate. Try and get there. There we go. That one looks fine. No bridging. Rotate. That one looks fine. One more. Focus. Looks good. Okay. Back up. Grab another chip. What do we want next here? What do we feel like taking? Let's take the Zilog. Let's take him. Flicks on. Try and make that a little bit faster process. Hopefully this one comes a little bit quicker than the other one. SCC chip. That was the same one that Will was telling me I had wrong on my 1SE30 reloaded board that kept having serial problems. I got so hung up looking at the little chips at the top. I neglected to check the work on the SCC, and it ended up there's a tiny little bridge on the SCC. And of course, Will sent that board over to Will because I could not figure it out for the life of me. And he finds it in 5 minutes. But that's okay. Learning experience. Don't get too fixated on one area. You've got to look at everything. And it's nice that I've basically done 5 boards at this point and they all work. Yep. And might as well take the other one too. While you're over here. Get a couple this time. These are pretty filthy, so I think we're going to be cleaning them up. I'm not that close to the capacitor, so this must be battery corrosion. I hope they do still work. I guess we'll find out. Yep. 2 chips. Take a look at this guy. Yeah. Not too bad, but really clean anyway. Ooh, still warm. Too warm. See if we can get better into view. Scrub. Let's see how that's looking. It's not terrible. Let's still hit it with the flux and some solder and try and make my life a little bit easier to get this on. Actually, that is one thing I should try. Bruce was saying when it comes to these reloaded boards, he likes to pre-tin those gold pads to make soldering easier, so I'm going to try that with this guy. See if that is in fact the case. The problem with that is I have to have more braid, and I think I'm running a bit low. Probably need to order some more. Supplies all the time with this hobby, that's for sure. Especially when you're not very efficient about using them properly. And you use too much because you're a novice like myself and you're just learning. I think you get to be a lot more efficient over time, personally. Okay, so that one's cleaned up. Let's see his buddy. Yeah, his buddy's definitely more filthy. Fiberglass pen does make a difference. So that's good. Don't love it getting stuck in my thumbs all the time, but you know, that's a different problem. Okay. Rinse. Looking better than it did, that's for sure. Yeah, I know a lot of people would say, why did you even bother with this? It's just a classic, nothing special. Yeah. I know, in terms of specs, what it was intended for and such, it's not a special system, but if it's something I can recover, get working again, I want to try. I like getting these things back up and running after they've been neglected and abused. Give them a second chance at life. It's fun for me. Especially love. Ooh, that's hot. Especially love when you get these to boot up again after they've been completely dead for probably a decade. Alright, SEC chip first. Do I have some braid to try Bruce's technique? Have some braid. So, we'll pre-tin these, and then we'll use the braid to clean them off. Then we'll put the chip on, see if that makes any difference. Why am I doing SCSI when I should be doing SEC? Because I was looking at the wrong thing, that's why. Well, that's just a silly thing to do, isn't it? I would say so. I have to order some more solder here. I notice mine is getting pretty low. It's lost a number of years though, so I can't complain too much. I don't even remember when I ordered this originally. Would have been a long time ago now. Okay, braid. Take that excess up. Oops. Come on. I know. Always nervous about lifting up a pad by accident here, which I have done in the past. Rubbing a little bit too hard or too much heat or too long, who knows. You do eventually develop a feel for this stuff, but it takes a while. Okay, Zilog, SEC first. Turn it. See if we can't line it up. Okay. And clean that tip off. And let's get one of you anchored. Here, this is too far over. Try that. Better. That doesn't look too bad. That doesn't look too bad. That doesn't look too bad. Okay. So let's do this side. Anchor this one. There we go. Should be correct. Let's see. That looks okay. That looks okay. Alright. Get that back into view. There's our Zilog, SEC chip. The other one is a VIA, I believe. It is right over here. Don't want to lose that. Alright. Well, so far pre-tinning does not seem to have made... Oh, okay, maybe I'm speaking too soon, okay. That doesn't seem too bad. That was a little bit quicker. It's half decent. Okay, opposite side. No, I see you trying to bridge. Good grief. One side worked really well, the other side, eh. I'll have to see. Oh, I just don't want to go down there, do ya? Trying to get you down. There we go. So one that did not want to go all the way down to the bottom. Alright. Not too bad. Next, let's do the hard side, get us near the other chip. There. Trying to think other things I have to work on here. I've got a 6100 board that doesn't boot all the way. It just goes to the gray screen and then stops, which I think will be either a real-time clock problem or a SCSI problem, because I've seen that on other boards that have similar behavior. I've got two Color Classic 2 boards that just decided to stop working after an ultrasonic cleaning, which was oh so much fun. I've got a couple Color Classic boards that also stopped working after ultrasonic cleaning, which I have to assume I'm doing something wrong with the ultrasonic at that point. I've got a 575 board that unfortunately someone mangled before it got to me, that had all kinds of trace damage and pad damage and just a recap gone wrong. What else have I got? I've got a 5200 board with a pin that's, you know, those are the insert ones that push into the case and have the connector on them. And one of the pins on that guy has gone completely wacko. So I was going to replace it with a parts board I have. That unfortunately saw way too much corrosion to save. Just replace that whole edge connector. I've got lots of things to keep me busy. It's just a matter of having the time. Which, you know, seems to be the hardest part. The hardest part these days is being able to find time for this stuff and still have time to do all the other things you have to do in life. I don't have to do any of this. This is just for fun. But I like to do it. I like finding opportunities to learn some more about how these guys work and how to repair them and keep them going. I'm probably one of the last generations that's going to give a crap about them, to be honest. I look at the young'uns coming after me, and I don't think they have nearly, as a whole, there are individuals, I'm sure, but as a whole, I don't think there's nearly as much nostalgia for these machines in the other generations. Partially that's undoubtedly because they didn't actually have to use them as kids, whereas I did. No, you're not even... I have to check this one. I don't think that got all the way down. No, there's a couple there it definitely didn't. There are certainly a few individuals, and you see them, probably on YouTube, frankly, that are younger and are actually interested in this stuff. But I think as a whole, there's where's the bridge? Let's fix that. As a whole, I don't think the younger people are going to be as interested in this because they don't seem to be interested in physical things as much. They have more interest in digital things. Like, I guess that comes from, let's say, for example, the cell phone usage. Well, they don't really care about their cell phones, from what I can see, because they're always throwing them away after 1 or 2 years to get a new one. I don't think they have that same nostalgic feeling for them that we do for these systems. Alright, let's take that, move that underneath and see how it looks. Like, I guess maybe that's because things are so commonplace now, whereas growing up, I mean, computers were still pretty novel. Let's be honest. There you are. I mean, I grew up at the age where having a home computer was actually pretty rare. I only know of myself and a couple of other people at school that had them. If you wanted a computer, you wanted to use a computer, you had to go, at least in our small town, over to the library or to the computer lab, if anyone remembers that term. And you had to book some time and use them. Yep, that one's on. Looks decent. Next. Okay. Let's see. The correct orientation to start. I don't know that that made enough difference for me for pre-tinning, so I'm going to try this and we'll see if it's better or worse. So maybe just having that, you know, experience of these systems are unique and rare and didn't use them every day. Maybe that's what ultimately makes us more appreciative of them, because when you see something every single day, I think you start to get a little bit complacent, I guess is the term. You lose all novelty and just become something you expect to be there. Let's see. Alright, let's get this guy. I think it's going to be a shame if there are no people after myself and my generation that are. It's part of our history, whether innovations were flying by all the time, processor speeds were all, you know, trending up, super fast rate. We'll have a system that'd be obsolete within a year. You don't get that now. I have systems I can run an install of Linux on. They're 11 plus years old, and they feel just fine to work on as long as I got Linux on them. And it's the same with OpenCore on the Macs, you know. There. They make those old systems still feel relevant. And it's because they're not really all that different, in my opinion, from the ones that are out today. Yeah, the ones out today, they're a little bit faster. They're a little bit more capable. This one's got AI. Okay. But for my day-to-day use, I'll be honest. One, I'm not using AI. Or if I do, it's very rarely. For novelty. Just to see what it will say about repairs and such. But two, I'm really just doing things like I'm trying to learn a bit of KiCad, but you can do that on pretty much any potato. I might open a spreadsheet, and I might open YouTube. That's about it. As long as I can system experience, then whiz bang thing other than Apple can be around forever because Apple have flat out said their intention is to stop supporting Intel Macs and you'll only have support then for the in processors. Maybe it was a little bit better. Almost. You really just do not want to join on these two, huh? Okay, well. I see you bridging. I see you bridging. I see you being a pain, because you're still not joining down there. There we go. Okay, now we just gotta get rid of this bridge. I think that one's just dirt more than anything. There. Okay, let's fix that. It will be a shame when OpenCore can't keep up anymore and we're forced to move on to the Mac Silicon. I'm gonna have to upgrade at some point. My system is getting pretty old. But really, you can keep these things going for so long now. Whereas back when these systems were out, I mean, they had such huge differences in capabilities from one generation to the next. Going from a 486 to a Pentium and then to a Pentium 2. It was huge. At least as I remember it. Maybe I'm just rose-tinted glasses, perhaps, but I mean, I remember the games, just such a huge improvement in what you could do. It ran better. Well, let's be clear. We ended up with, after Commodore went bust, we ended up with Windows. When did Dad finally upgrade? It was either 95 or 98 system. And when it worked really well, and the capabilities were amazing. The Amiga was ahead of its time for sure, but I mean, when the company's been dead for, at that point, 4 or 5 years, the industry does start to catch up a little. But I will say, it was a hard switch going from Amiga OS to Windows, especially in the 95, 98 era. Seemed like we were constantly reinstalling that operating system, and part of that might have been those damn kids were getting onto that newfangled internet and downloading stuff they probably shouldn't have been in retrospect. But I did certainly learn a lot about keeping those systems going, upgrading, reinstalling operating systems, reinstalling drivers, resolving conflicts. Alright, let's get this clean. And then we'll check. Yeah, I can't imagine in retrospect just how many viruses I probably downloaded onto Dad's poor computer without realizing it. Because even back then, I was dabbling in stuff like Commodore emulators, so we had very early versions of WinUAE running on that, which meant I was going to various sites and trying to find ROMs. And who knows, like, I think there were some decent ROM sites back then, but who knows what I was downloading with them. And you don't know anything when you're a kid. These are looking decent. See if I can get that to focus. Yeah. Okay. That seems good. Let's grab some more chips. Oh, what do we want? What do we want? Do we want to start on some of the RAM? I guess we could start on some RAM. And I don't think it matters what order I take these off and put them on, but I'll try and keep them in the right order just for the heck of it. Let's start at the bottom, work our way up. I'm looking forward to that cable coming in because I do want to play a bit with that MorphOS. I did try it once, way back. I think I had an eMac 1.25 gigahertz, which sadly I had to get rid of because I had no space in the place I was living at the time. I installed MorphOS on there, and it was interesting. Hang on. But it wasn't anything that really was worth the investment cost, in my opinion, at the time. So I am curious how it's evolved since I last looked at it, which is probably more than a decade ago. I had heard they were thinking about trying to port it over to ARM architecture. Means it would be able to work on the M1 architecture as well, I believe. Which would be interesting. One thing I've never got to play with is Amiga OS 4.1. Which I kind of would like to play with at some point. Alright, let's take a look at some of these chips. Yeah, not too bad. stop spinning. Alright, so you need to face this way. And I need to put it back into view so someone can actually see it other than me. Alright, let's do this. Anchor. I would like to give 4.1 a try, but you need specialized PowerPC hardware for that one that I don't have. I don't have any PowerPC anything for my Amigas. They are all 68K. Okay, that looks decent. Let's see if we can anchor this here. And force me to do that, don't you? There we go. Okay. Let's move these guys out of the way. So I move this board around as I need. Alright. So let's do this side first. Clamp the tip. I have been playing with 3.22 a little bit, and I do enjoy that. But I do find I still see add-on packs for it. So I think it's Better Workbench or Better Classic Workbench or something. It just adds in a few niceties that I wish were just there, frankly. It's no slight against the developers. I mean, they're doing an amazing job keeping it going here. But it's one of those quality of life things. I'm like, I really wish this was just here. I really wish just from out of the box experience that the things I'm adding on from this pack were just part of the operating system to begin with. So I didn't have to go and do it separate. Maybe that's a licensing problem. Who knows? Amiga has, unfortunately, or Commodore stuff in general, has such a, shall we say, turbulent time being able to. I saw you, Bridge. I see you, Bridge, again. The bugger. Alright. Trying to, stay relevant while fighting off lawsuit after lawsuit. I have not even been able to keep up with all of it. I remember probably in the early 2000s I gave it a good go, and quite frankly, it was such a gong show, I just gave up trying to understand what the state of Commodore and Amiga was. I don't really understand where it's at today. I know lawsuit is Comanto, and that has allowed them to continue to develop Amiga OS, which is great in my opinion. I don't know anything really about Comanto other than they seem to own a lot of the IP, but don't seem to actually do much with it. When I go and look, they don't seem to be actually, developing anything or building anything or trying to make use of what they have. So I'd rather see someone like Hyperion, who actually seems to be invested in it, win, but that's my naive take on it. Without all the information, I'm sure. Alright, that's one. Many more to go. This one's a little bit more. This one's a little more crunchy. I do have a friend at work who says he knows someone that actually works on Amiga OS, which is very cool. Really makes you understand that it's a small world when you find out something like that. Alright, let's see if we can't. Try and give that as much as possible for space. Oh my goodness, this chip is dirty. There. That should make it easier. Okay. I have to re-inspect everything after this, that's for sure. Alright, you seem good there. It's a much smaller board than the NT30. Oh, maybe I should try pre-tinning this one again. Might help. It's got such close proximity. Anyway, back to what I was saying there. So yeah, that's cool. Someone at work, one of the developers on OS 3.2. Definitely have to buy him a coffee if he ever showed up in town. Thank him for his work here, keeping that platform going. Alright, that side's done. Now the other side. The harder side. Yeah. Right there. You just don't want to join there, do you? Some of you just go perfect, and other ones here are, no, I don't want to join there. You can't make me. Like, for example, these two, right here. Yeah, I see you. Do a nice thorough inspection on these guys. Oh, not one of you. Haha, I got you both. And then bridged. You little bugger. There we go. Gotcha that time. Okay. That's two. See how this, ooh, yeah, let's clean that up. They're not terrible, they're just, I don't know if it's flux or corrosion, but just enough on there to make me think they're going to have a harder time joining up. Okay, next. think once I've done work on all these Macs to get it sold off from this lot we bought, I'll go back to my Commodores and have some fun with them. I have some terrible fire accelerator cards I bought ages ago and I haven't even plopped them in yet. And that is a crying shame because I would like to get those in there. Someone was selling a 030 2000 here recently, but I decided against it. I've already got a 2000. I already have a terrible fire card. I don't need to buy another one with another accelerator just because it's out there. You don't want to join anywhere, do ya? Okay, so 2 of you. Whole lot of solder that is not adhering. There you go. Well, almost. Try that again. Pull that up. Take some of this off. No, more. There we go. Why, you just don't want to get into that one. How come? And you don't want to do this side either. Okay, Flux. Flux, I need you to do more magic. So you guys are really not adhering, which is very irritating. Oh, that one did, finally. That's good. There we go. Got you. Finally. Okay. Flip it. What I'd really like to do at some point, I've got an Amiga 1000 GBA board here, just the PCB. I would love to build that up into an actual working board with all the parts, but I will need to go and look at Jan Beta, no, not Jan Beta, Gadget UK, I think is, had done his build. I think he put the bomb up for people to use if they needed it. And I do need it because, unfortunately, I don't know what happened to mine, but I lost track of it a long time ago. So I would need to source all the... get his bomb, and then source all the parts I need. I think the sourcing parts is going to be harder and harder the longer I wait, so I might have to do that sooner rather than later, frankly. So that would be another fun build. Although, from what I remember of his video, he didn't have so much fun as aggravation at times. It's fun in the end, though, when it finally worked. I don't know that I have all the chips I need for it to populate it, though. In terms of the original, or not original, ECS chipset. Now, without sacrificing my 500 plus, which I don't really want to do. And I certainly don't want to take apart my 3000. The only way I would take apart the 3000 for those chips is if I got a 3000 plus board and the AGA chipset to build that up. That would be another fun one. Because that was definitely a mistake on Commodore management part, which was, let's be honest, not the first time. But the 3000 plus would have been a more capable system. 4000 ended up being. It is a shame that the engineers could figure that out, but Commodore management was absolutely clueless. At least the ones that could do anything about it seemed to be, because the ones that probably understood it and wanted it to come out the way it had been designed were undoubtedly overruled. Good grief, you guys. Oh, you're just gonna make this really tough on me, aren't you? Not one of you is going to join. How come? One of you finally did. Great. Tell your buddies to do the same. Hey? Oh, this is completely off screen. Let's try that. Because I've been pushing on it, trying to get the bloody things to actually adhere. That's fresh solder. Oh, we finally got another one to connect. Let's need your last one there. Oh, come on. This had to go all the way down, buddy. Wow, even when you join, you don't join on that one. That's really annoying. Boy, that's still not joining on here either. Holy crap. Holy moly, you guys just do not want to join on these for some reason. I might have to grab the micro soldering and just go in directly. Okay, I'll come back to that side. You're being a pain. There's going to be a ton of flux here to clean up. That'll be fun. All of you but these two. Oh my god. Same crap. Different side. That one worked. Kind of. Maybe I have not cleaned these up as much as I thought. Very possible. Maybe I'll do that for the next one. These are getting harder and harder to do, which means that... There we go. Okay, so that side's done. Now we gotta do the other side that's giving us problems. Ay, 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 ay. Okay. So you three. I'm just gonna flood it. And then hopefully, if we can ever get you to... There we go. Up, well, kind of. Take this off. Still, there's still a couple that just do not want to adhere. Holy moly. Holy geez, buddy. There you go. Finally. Yeah, I see your bridge. Thank you. Let's try and get this guy. There we go. Finally. Okay. Let's clean up these chips better and pre-tin the rest. See if that helps. They don't look that dirty. I mean, it's a little dirty. It's not terribly dirty. I've certainly had worse chips that have adhered better. So I don't know what. One next. Two. Three. And four. Oops. Let's get that board out of the way before I end up flipping it. Should be terrible. I've undoubtedly picked the wrong time of day to stream. Well, Will said he was going to be working on project stuff and probably wouldn't be online much, so. Craig is at Stampede, like I said earlier, doing his arcade. So, I'm basically don't have any of my core people here to chat with. See if we can't. See you guys. There's just a little bit of heat and flux. Enough to get you guys to go onto that board a little bit easier, huh? So friends here have been a bit of a pain in the butt. Alright, let's try tinning these and see if that helps. Tin, clean it off. Random hair. Where are these hairs coming from? I don't even have hair. Come on. Flux on there. There's not enough flux. There we go. Let's go. What's that? Let's see. Yeah, getting gobbed up again, so. The only thing I don't like about doing this is then you lose that little bit of extra visual information you get about if it's still gold when you think you've finished, then you've clearly missed some solder. Whereas if you pre-tin this, you don't get that visual indication anymore. You have to really look closely under a microscope. I mean, you should be anyway, to be honest, but still. A little bit extra that helps sometimes. There. Okay. So, let's take the excess off. Hopefully without taking a pad with us. And this is why we use the bigger head. We need to get more of this braid. I think this was another Brachus Creations recommendation, this particular wick. And it seems to work decently. No real complaints about it. Although I will say, the one I ordered had various sizes. And some of them were certainly better than others when it came to removal, I found. There's probably specific applications for some that I'm not aware of. This one seems to be doing okay. There we go. Okay. Been pre-tinned this time. Are you going to go on a little bit easier for me, please? Where are we at? Right there. Okay. What's this? Nothing important. Other side. Try this side, see if it goes any smoother. Another message. Problem with doing research on prices on eBay is then all of a sudden you start getting alerts everywhere. Couple of you to join. You have not. You have not. You have. There we go. Better. Okay. You guys have, you have not. There we go. No, don't bridge. I see your bridging. There we go. Almost. Still a little bit at the top. There it goes. I have to really inspect these when we're done. So tightly packed together. I'm sure I've got some bridges in here that I'm not seeing at the moment. Come on. One of you. A couple of you. Bridge is off. Time for some new cleaner for my soldering tip. There we go. That actual joint now. Yep, that looks better. Good. Next. Almost done with these. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Oh, random hair again. Oh, goodness. That's what happens when you have cats. Or dogs or pets I'd love to come down and just get hair over everything. Another alert. What's this one about? Oh, late fee. Alright, let's switch that around. Get this in. There we go. Okay. Alright, let's get this side down on the other side. Boy, these sides must be dirtier than I think, because they are just not adhering like they should. Boy. Not as bad as some of those chips, but these are still not great. There we go. Okay, that side is probably adhered. I can see anyway. Good. Other side. It'd be nice to get back to an area with a bit more working room, that's for sure. There's not a lot of space here. See, good. Okay. That up. So that's tiered. Come on. You can look nicer than that. There. Better. Okay. Next. Holy moly. We'll just use what we got. So it's a no then, is it? Okay. It's like having a megaton of flux on there. Really seem to want to adhere. There we go. I always need to clean that just so you can see. Alright, let's see. I don't love that. Let's move this over if we can. That's better. Got it? Good. Okay. Next. Oh, there's a whole lot of flux here. And yet, still going to be that way. Okay. Come on. Nope. With a megaton of flux and you're still giving me this much of a hassle, huh? Look at all that crap coming off. But again, even though I thought this was pretty clean, these are really messy chips. I can flood it. And hope that we can get enough of you guys to actually start adhering. Man, it still doesn't want to go down here for some reason. I see ya. Run chip. That would be why. This was looking worse a second ago, but still not great, frankly. That one down there just does not want to, no matter how many times we go past it, adhere. This one's fine, that one's fine. This one, no. And these guys, same thing. Only about 2 of them are connected. The other 2, nope, not even a little. So, we'll switch to the other side. We'll come back to it again. That one went on easy enough. And that one went on easy enough. You're buggers, I tell ya. One side's easy, another side is very, very difficult. And now I've joined. Sorry, that's on me. Okay, there. Come on. No. That's worse. That's a little better. There we go. Okay, let's try the other side again. Ah, you guys. Oh, wow. Well, I'm gonna try. Holy moly. Okay, we'll be cleaning this out later. No wonder it's not cleaning. He is full of crap. That would explain it. Now I'm gonna have to blow off my disc. Holy moly. That went everywhere. Definitely time to clean up my crap. That's for sure. There. Let's try that. Okay. That's still not really adhered on that side. Well, tell you what. Try this. This scrub. Remove what we have. I can see it again. Let's try this. There you go. Those look fine. Just not. It's probably the best I'm going to get out of that side. Okay. We're going to call it there and we'll just double check when we're under the microscope again. Oh. That braid didn't quite clean that up, did it? And this is why we use the big pen. Every time I try and do it with the little guy, it always gives me problems. There we go. Okay. Alright, the 2-hour mark. Boy, for such a little board, it's taken quite a while to do these up. Oops. Yeah, let's try that again. There we go. Other side. With having this in the way, I'm going to pop that out for a second. There we go. That helped. All right. that side went on smooth. Okay. How about your other side? Not so much on that portion. Oh, it's okay. Go up instead of down. Exactly the opposite of where I want you to go. Well, I'm just gonna flood it again. If I can't get you to actually adhere to something, that'd be nice. Boy, one bugger is not coming. No matter how many times I hit it. Okay. Let's just use this. And use this again. There. Everything but that one. Ay, 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 ay. Actually, maybe even the two. Or three. Holy jeez. Did any of you actually adhere? Why? Why? Trying to get you to actually connect. Okay. Well, let's clean that up and see what we can see under the microscope on all of these now. Just over 2 hours. We've only got 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 parts on. Oof. I am definitely out of practice. It's taking me this long. Alright, let's go take a look. See what's bridged and what's not connected and all that jazz. Okay. There we go. Get the keyboard tray out of the way. Start at the bottom. We'll start in one direction. These look fine. Right, can you use it? You know what? Here, I'm gonna have to do this so I can see, because trying to get it so you guys can see is difficult. Right now, I just need to make sure that everything is properly joined. No bridges. Yeah. A bit on the thin side on this one. UK6, I'll come back to that. Oh, that one's not. I see it. That leg. Let's see. See if I can get that on here. Where was it? Yeah. Can I get that into view here? See that leg? It's just floating. Didn't even adhere at all. So, what I will try to do, because I think it's just folded itself up a little too much. Bring it back down. Yeah, that's what happened. This guy. Wow, that's bad. Okay, let's try and fix a couple things here. This one's really bad, so I'm trying to fix him. Okay, and then this. Yeah, you weren't even close, bud. There. That's better. Actually has a connection now, which is better, that's for sure. This one's missing it too. Wow. There are a few legs that just did not get any solder on them. Nice bridge. I see your bridge there. Come on. You do better than that. That's that. What fucks? Might have to use the thingy. Oh, there we go. I think we got it. Okay. There we go. I don't know that those are in any way actually connected. That one is, that one does not appear to be. Hang on. Hard to see. There it was. Down here. Yeah, I still didn't quite get it. Just made a mess. Yeah, it's a big mess, but I don't think it's any more adhered than it was a second ago. Well, maybe it is a little bit, but it's not good. And where was I here? Okay, that looks better. Okay. Bridge there. Let's get rid of that. Better. 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 Okay, flip. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying my best to get this on at the same time, but I really do need to see, so if I need to see, I'm going to kind of prioritize me. What's in there? Is it just junk? Just junk. Okay. Same with here? Yeah. Okay. These little picks come in handy. Now they're connected. I don't have that. It's better. Boy, there's a lot in here. Look at all this. Junk. There we go. Here's some of the garbage so you can actually see. We'll have to check these again with the multimeter, but at least visually right now, certainly looking better than they did. Actually all appear to be connected. Ah, here we go. Not sure. Yeah, that one does not appear to be connected. It's UK6 again. We got one of those legs, which is kind of dangling. UK6, this leg right here, just sort of So let's re-hit that. Flux CK6. Right in here. Okay, so we have a bridge there. But I think we got that floating leg to go down now. So that's something. Boy, taking the excess off. It's a little bit of time. Very time consuming. Let's do this. Yep, I see ya. That's why I need the bigger one again. Kill. Okay. Yeah. Mark UK6. There we go. That's looking better. Apart from here. You still have a bridge. Why do you have a bridge? You just got rid of all your bridges. There we go. Alright. That's looking better. I think they're actually connected now. Yeah. Okay, oh, another bridge right here. Question is, are these actually connected then? That one is. Let's take a closer look at those. Alright, let's take a closer look. So, UK6 looks fine now. UK7. Hard to tell. Let's give that another cleaning. Oh, brother. Flux everywhere. Alright, back to where we were. UK7. Okay. Yeah, I think those are actually joined. On both sides, yeah. No bridging. I missed that for cleaning again. I finished that. A little bit of solder there. Those all appear to be joined. Okay, switch one more time to this side. other one. Right there. This helps to get it a little cleaner so I can actually see if the connections are being made or not. I don't know about that one. UK3, the third pin, it does not look connected to me. The others do. But no, UK3, it doesn't look connected. So, let's hit that again. Now it looks connected with a bridge next to it, of course. Okay. This board, grab a braid. Let's take a look at that. K3. Yeah, that looks better. Now it's actually connected this time. Okay. I think we're good then for those chips. Hooray. That just took forever. Okay. But I think those are kind of the worst of them. Really just comes down to they're close together. So makes it harder to make sure that they're soldered on both sides. Alright, let's take the swim chip next. And then the scuzzy chip. I'm trying to get this into focus. A little bit. Believe it or not, I am zoomed out. This is all the view you guys get to see for some reason. These are looking pretty crunchy, which makes sense because they're made of capacitors. And they smell. So yeah, I'm guessing we got a bunch of capacitor glue under this guy. That's one. Get the neighbor. Let's do our scuzzy chip. Okay. Swim chip and scuzzy chip. Hot. Less hot. Oh boy. Ah, yeah. I think we'll be doing some cleaning on this one. Look at that. Oof. Yeah. Let's see if I can get the green on there. Let me get myself some more carbon fiber pen. I think I'm running low. More supplies, yay. Okay, swim chip. Let's get you. Because this one I saw had a lot of gunk on it. I'm just going to use some flux. And we'll just apply some solder real quick. Get it cleaned up if we can. Hot. Actually, I'll learn not to touch the hot thing directly. Maybe. There we go. Okay. Swim chip. Scuzzy chip. Probably just as bad. Oh, okay, yeah. Not good. There we go. Okay, do the same with this guy. Apply some flux. Grab some solder. Do a little clean. It's in the middle of a bunch of crap, so. hopefully be a bit better. Alright, SCSI chip back over here, please. Ooh, what's going on here? Oh, right. That was the one that we started by accident. So let's finish this. Might as well. That thing. Pre-tin, remove tin, blah blah blah. Especially if these chips are this dirty. This will help. This one. Trying to understand where the crap is coming from. I guess it's flux. Yes, I don't know. There we go. Okay. Breed. Now it's clean. Pass. Okay. There we go. All right. Back to the swim. Where are you supposed to be facing? You're supposed to face this way. That's my SCSI, so there. Okay. Well, let's get this guy on then. There. Okay, let's see. Are you off? Not really. It's not too bad, actually. And check this side. Okay. I think that's good. Let's try this. That interview. And do this. Well, maybe that tinning does help a little bit. Or maybe cleaning up that chip helped more. Hard to say. Might have this one a little askew, but not terribly, so I'm not going to fuss with it too much. Oh, everything but you, huh? How come? There you go. Above one, get those spikes. There. Excuse me. Oh, sorry about that. I swear I'm missing a side. This side. There we go. That would do it. Well, some of them are joining. Seems to not clean this side enough. Those joined. These four have not. That's just you two. That's just you. There we go. Okay. Clean. Do inspection. That's can you guys see that? No. Move that off the desk. Didn't want that one to go down. There. For that. Okay. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. And I'll just double check myself here. I'm pretty sure it's okay based on what I saw on the monitor, but I'll have to look myself. And unfortunately, when I look, you don't get a very good view. Okay, that one's not bad. Now we need our SCSI chip. We're getting there. How many more chips have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh boy, that's more than I thought. Thought, boy, this is going to be a nice small board. Should be able to get through this real quick. Yeah, no. Apparently, no. Thought we cleaned that. That's lined up pretty well. That's lined up pretty well. That's a little off. Let's try it again. That one's up okay. That one's up okay. It's not a... That one's up okay. Alright. Yep. Let's add a thing here. Alright. Record. So let's good flood and get it going here. There we go. That side went pretty well. Hey. Come on. No, not allowed to bridge over there. Still not. Gotta see you. Fine, I'll come back to you. Ugh. Okay, you guys are gonna be a pain, I see that. There we go. Not really that actual drawing did it. I guess so. Okay. Did I get the inside? I don't think I have yet. I have not. Okay. Helps if you guys can see, I guess. Why are we out of focus all of a sudden? Let's try this. One thing that would help. For another, I guess it drifted. Really? Now it's stuck? That's awesome. Okay, probably could do better than that. There we go. Better. Okay. Come on, I see those bridges. Thank you. I don't know if this actually... I don't think that one actually joined. There's gotta be one of you, huh? That one definitely joined. Just you. Just you being a pain. Okay. There we go. I think we got you that time. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Am I missing a side here? I feel like I am. Looks like that side is not done. Okay. These are far crunchier than I thought they were. Okay. Is Scuzzy Chip done yet? I think so. Alright, let's take that down, do an inspection. Oh, let's clean it first. Almost 3 hours. Well, maybe I'm not going to finish this today. We'll see. Give it a bit longer. See if I can motor through the rest. The biggest thing I'm trying to avoid right now are those bridges. Because that was always my bane on the SE30 boards. Alright. I don't think you... Well, you kind of did, but not quite as much as I'd like. That one leg, if I can get it in your view... Yeah, you can kind of see it there. See how it's just hovering again? So, we'll have to fix that. I wonder why some of you guys are just hovering. It's very odd. See if I can't get that leg down a little bit. Oh, it's really hard on this guy. Every other leg is fine, just this guy proved to be a problem. No, wrong way. You gotta stay. No, I said stay where you were supposed to be. Over here. Oh, brother. There we go. You actually touching it this time? Looks like it. Okay, let's do this. Okay, that is SCSI. That is right there. See if we can't get this guy to actually connect this time. There we go. Okay, let's recheck that. There. That would suck not to have any SCSI if it actually does work. That's better. Yeah, actually joined up this time. That helps. See? One odd leg. Very strange. The rest look fine. Okay. I'll double check this guy while I'm here. Yeah, he's looking good. Okay, next. What do we want to grab? Let's see. We'll grab multiple of the little ones. Let's start with this corner. Corner. Has. I need to learn what more of these chips are doing. ADB. ADB is very specific. RTC. Oh, RTC is rough. Sound. Come on. Sound. And what are you? Get that out of the way. Start with that RTC chip that looks pretty nasty. Ugh, yeah. She's not very pretty. Ooh. Black. Yeah, not good. I hope it still works. Let's see. Boy. That's really bad. I need to find my other fiberglass pen. I'm running out of this one. I know I have a second. The question is, where did I put it? Oh, okay. That works. Look at that copper. Bet you this is battery damage. Probably the best I'm going to get out of this RTC chip, which we will need for the SCSI to work, so I hope it still works, because I don't have any more of these. Alright, let's start with the RTC, which is view right there. Boy. I think you get everything, and then you look at it again, and it's like, oh, yeah, still green. Still green. Oh, maybe I need my knife. Chip some of this green off. Holy moly. There we go. Some of this was really caked in there. Into view. Oh, this crap. Look at that flake off. There. Okay, that should hopefully be better. I hope. RTC. Let's try this. Oops. I saw my solder down there. I think I noticed it. I actually got to anchor a few of these so I don't lose track of what's what and where it goes. But that means I gotta clean them too, because holy crap, they're all filthy. Jeez, sound chip, holy. Better than it did a second ago. Again, a lot of copper exposed. It's really been eating it. So. It's 2 down, 3 to go. See how this cereal guy is doing. Yeah, I'm gonna say it needs a cleaning too. Oh, geez. Nice ton of fiber to pick out of my fingers later by the feel of it. Nasty. Nasty, nasty. I hope this does work. But you just don't know with this stuff. Holy crap. Okay, let's clean that off the top too. Another one that's got a lot of crap on the top of it. Putting this where you guys can see it. Try not to go too hard because I don't want to lose a leg on these. There. Okay. Other thing I need is some Scott towel real quick to do a quick cleanup of my area. Because holy moly, we got a lot of crap building up all of a sudden. Run the vacuum through here later, that's for sure. Holy. Bad. Terrible. Okay. Cereal. right there. Correct orientation would help. All right. U2 should be cleaner. Kind of. ADB. This one's not terrible. Let's do go over it a little bit. Okay. ADB, where are you? Now, hard part is going to be remembering to come back and solder all these. But I don't want to lose track of all the chips I took off. So... that'll do it for now. And give me please. Thank you. Okay. Right. Let's start in the corner with our RTC that is hopefully slightly less filthy than it was. And let's change that. That's better. Okay. Pressure down on this one. There we go. Okay. There we go. Whew. Still a lot of crap on there. Okay. Yeah, I am hurrying up a little bit more because I do want to try and get this done today, and I only have so many hours to work on this, so. Otherwise, it's gonna have to wait till next weekend because I got no time in between. Stinks. Okay. One more. There's still a lot of crap on there even with the cleaning. You can see it coming off. Come on, get out of there. Get out of there. That should be cleaner. Okay. Sound chip. Very connected. Here. Yeah, looks better. More lined up. Okay. So, another anchor. And do up the side. Really? Two of you worked really well, two of you are a pain in the butt. Okay, there you go. We will be rechecking all of these, but let's gonna try and get through a bunch first. Okay. Bottom. And top. Yep. I'll take that view. Okay, almost done with these. Almost. Come on. Yeah, I see you. There we go. Nope, I see that bridge. No, thank you. No bridges, please. That's better. Okay. Next. ADB? Sure, why not? ADB, how are you looking here? Are you lined up fairly well? It's not bad. Could be a little bit. Where are you connected? You're connected up here. That's better. Yeah. Yeah, that's better. Okay, let's do this then. Nope. Try some more. Light, got one bridge. There we go. Okay. And this guy. Come on. Really? Bridge, get rid of that. And do the hard part. Let's see, come on. This one. I gotta do that CAS chip still. Oh, come on. Always gotta be one of you that just doesn't want to take, huh? I see. I'll just use the thingy here. Boy, oh, hang on. Let's get rid of some of that. Nope. Okay. CAS. Let's see. Where are you? Where are you attached? Attached there. I don't like that. Let's move it off for a second. Try that again. Yeah. Must be getting tired. Try and wrap this up soon. I don't want to make mistakes just because I'm getting a little fatigued. It's getting close to lunchtime here, so I should probably do that and come back if I have the time. There we go. Better. Okay. Hard side. That's a little bit off, but not too bad. Okay. Okay. Do I have any more of these? Oh no, I think we're down to the little chips now. So that's good. Nice. Getting there. Getting somewhere finally. That's why I went on so easy. See, that's so insane to me that some sides are so hard. But we're making progress here. At last. Alright. Let's start off with some of these chips. So RC1 and 2. One. Come on. There I go. Two. C7. But you can see that. That's better. I think that's for cereal as well. New D7. Get off easy. Alright. Let's get those on. I'll grab some more. Oop, I'm looking at the wrong side of the board. That would be why nothing makes sense. That makes way more sense. When you have the orientation correct. And this guy. And this guy. Okay. Alright, let's get this lined up. We'll tack it on. So we don't lose them. I want to grab more chips and get them started here. Did we not do this guy? We did not. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we're going to have to do him. Tack these down first. I completely missed this guy. Somehow. That's what I get for trying to rush through things, I guess. That's where I like being able to take my time. I don't like when I only have a few hours here or there to do stuff. Makes it feel more urgent, which leads to more problems. Let's do this so I don't burn my fingers. I'll say this at least. Let's get you done. I would have had no cereal. I would wonder why. Well, assuming I ever get it to the point where it actually boots up, that is. Which I'm still not sure it will, but I'm going to try to get it to there. Sorry there, bud. Yeah. Okay. Do I have all the sides? Oops. Nope, missed that one. Okay. This chip is filthy. There we go. give it a quick spray and a quick clean. There we go. Okay. That one got bent. Sorry, bud. That's on me too. Let's fix that. Last thing I need is a leg to come off. Okay. Jeez, just about touched myself. My iron would not be good. It would be a terrible thing to do. Okay. The PLCCs are at least on now, so that's good. Whoa, what's going on here, buddy? No. I'll show you guys. Hang on. See that blub? That should not be there. Let's remove that blub. And I'll touch those up. There we go. Okay, that's better. Alright, what else we need here? We need more chips. Let's grab this guy. RC3. Oh, we're so close. I just want to wrap this up so we can do a test. I know I have to check all of the... There we go. All of the PLCCs we just did. Make sure I haven't got a bridge somewhere I haven't noticed. UI6. Where are we? Where the heck are we? Down. There you go. Okay. LS174. This little guy, oh, that'll be fun. Holy moly. Wrap off so the solder actually has, there we go. Oop, gotcha. No, which way does that face? Oh crap. Is that up or down? That is down. Barely see it on the silk screen. Okay. And then the last four, we've got these 257Ds. It's one. Two. 3, and 4. Okay. So just the fuses and the diode left on here. Awesome. That is good news. Alright, let's get these tacked on. I'll start with this little guy. Holy crap, look at how dirty he is. Holy, oh, I gotta carefully clean this one because, yeesh. Eesh, 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 eesh. This one's bad. Okay, hang on. Let's clean it up. Because we gotta. There's no way that's going to solder otherwise. I'd have to use the knife. Just absolutely caked in crap. Trying not to bust off any legs because I'm sure they're pretty darn corroded. Just be gentle with them. See what the underside's doing. Not really any better. There we go, got some of it. Ugh. Okay, let's try and put that on, see if we can get it to stick. That is right there. And he flips. Oh, oh, brother. How did that. Really? I thought we cleaned that off. There we go. Okay, well, let's give it a try. Holy jeez. You are filthy. Hoping this cleans you up as we do it. Okay. Yeah, that's helping. Flux and solder. Clean it up. That looks better. Whew. That was nasty. Alright. These ones on next. Boy, oh boy. These were quite filthy. That makes sense. They married capacitors again. So undoubtedly, they got a lot of exposure to crap that they did not want to be exposed to. Alright. Reminds me, I gotta find some capacitors for this after we're done here. Before we can test it out. Come on. Come on. There you go. Some of that crap off. Okay, that's those two. Oh, let's do the one above it before I forget them. I can't see it. Where the heck are you? There you are. Oh, we're so close. I just want to wrap up. Okay. 4 more, I think. And then I'll have to go back and see what I've missed. So I'm sure I've missed something. This thing keeps turning, which is very annoying. I need to find a better way of setting up some of these cameras. I say that every time I stream, but I never seem to find a better setup for the next time. one of you. This is completely off camera, so let's fix that. There we go. There we go. Okay, little two guys over here. There's one. No, let's grab some new stuff. Flex on these. Oh, that didn't work at all. Awesome. Let's try that again. No, really? These chips are even filthier? I don't believe that. They don't look as filthy as the other ones. There we go. Okay, getting close. Alright. That is on. One more of these. And we'll check and see what I missed. And we'll check and see how everything looks in terms of bridges. And then we should be able to put on the little bits and bobs to make it actually work, like power. And then we might be able to actually test it. Yay. That would be nice. Of course, I need that ROM too, come to think of it. And probably some crystals, you know, odds and ends, minor stuff. Oh yeah. How much flex do you need to get on? Some view, some of it. there we go. Now let's take a quick look for what I forgot. Oh, here we go. Missed these guys. Ew. Another nasty chip. Okay, get rid of some excess. Oh. Got some solder flicked at me. Eat with hot. Big shock, I know. There we go. Okay. How are these guys doing? No, these are not done yet either. Okay, it's a good thing I'm double checking myself. Right, come on. Yes, I see the giant bridge. I will deal with that in a minute. Man. Dirty chips are much harder to solder. I should have cleaned these better. Yeah, I see you. Okay, let's get rid of some excess again. And let's some more flux, clean this up. Oh, another giant hair. Oh, jeez. I don't even know where they came from, but sure. Yeah, I see you, bridge. Fine. There we go. Better. Okay, let's keep looking. Get rid of the giant hair. Pain in the butt. Okay. Now, let's give this a general wipe down. Because there is a lot of flux on here at the moment. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. All right. I think I'm going to stop here for the time being. We've got, if I switch back to the other camera, got a fair bit done. I can bring this. Where are you? Right about here. There we go. So we've got most of the main chips populated now. I am missing things like the little filters, the reset button, the ROM, fuses, looks like diode and a couple other little bits and pieces here, but we're pretty close. But I need to stop and get some food because I'm definitely getting tired at this point and need to refuel. So thank you for anyone that's tuned in, and